Hello, hello. let's see what to call that. Well, I suppose it really doesn't matter too much. We're just going to call this the main scene. And we're only going to need some data in this, so let's make it a struct. And we're going to call it, well, just to make sure we're not. Yeah, that should be fine. I'm going to call it a scene. We're going to basic and our scene manager. Let's see. I think we're just going to need one function in here. We can take what's in main. We're going to go like that. Here. We're going to say states, call it state. Right now, just setting up the basic state machine for this very simple game. We're going to do Oh, wait a minute. That's funny. Ooh. How do we want to do this? Let's see. Oh, actually we're going to do it like this. We're going to Alright, so when he's moving, we don't see it because the camera is following him. We can show that by taking away that camera part. You can see that he's moving, and the camera does not follow him. So we're going to make a background. Let's go into Sprite real quick. We'll just make a new let's make a real basic quick background. Yeah, looks gross. Just alright, that's fine. Oh, let's see. So we got our little background, we got our little guy moving around. Now, what I'm thinking for what this little simple game will be. I remember as a kid, there was a weird UFO game where you could pick up cows, like this little UFO guy. You'd suck up cows, and you would shoot them off into buildings. You could pick little people up if you so desired, and abduct them, carry them around, throw them at things. That's basically what we're going to be doing here. Something real simple, really quick, and yeah, so I suppose we should probably get into some of the logic here. So like for player here, we're going to do let's just call this like a clickable event. This will handle like the sucking up of the entities, I suppose. So when we click, we need to do that. Now that would be either like an animation later, but at its basis, this is going to be a sprite. We're going to be instantiating a sprite on click. So up here, what I'm going to do is we're going to make I'm going to call it the pole wave, or abduction ray, I think would be. Now structs are generally public when they start. I'm just going to explicitly state that's public. We're going to have a private. And we're going to come off of entity as well. So we're going to go abduction ray. We're going to do what have I been calling that, like image location here. And then we're just going to go here. Entity, image location. I think really we just need, not even sure if we need that. We'll see. Yeah. So let's try to see that in action. We're just going to come over here real quick, make like a real simple little like wave looking thing. Back over here. We called that what, like abduction ray? And right now I just want to see it. Then we're going to worry about where the placements are. So we're going to say ray. There we go. Data dot ray equals new abduction ray. We're going to get a file location, and it would be files, wave.png. try like that. Not exactly sure if we're going to see it or not. Hey, yeah, we do. Is right there. I wonder who. Probably this one. So let's just real quick make a little space guy. Oh, this is a little disclaimer. I am not an artist. Not even close to being one. But we're gonna make a little like, I don't know, space thing. Alright, that's our weird looking flying saucer thing. See if that, yep, okay, so that was off the player. Now we'll come back over to player here. Just this. We will do setting the sprite to its position. We're just gonna do that on update. That should be fine. Here, we'll just say like dot we'll go like 300, 300 to the right and down. See where that puts us. Oh, yeah. That would be just drawable. Funnily enough, we're the same color. Alright, well, let's go into here. We will alright, so that's our little thing there. I will say what we're gonna do go like that. So if state dot current game state is state dot main scene, then we will update. This was just to kind of like, I don't know, in a way initialize the state machine logic to show that it works. So what we're actually going to do here is we're going to make a we're gonna make like a simple little text button that's gonna do it for us. So up here, I'm gonna just say like button pointer title button, and this button is coming off of this basic class here. This is kind of some framework I designed for a few implementations of SFML games. Same with this Windows State Manager for drawing. This allows particular advantages to kind of having like some pre-written code, and then off of these basic things like loading in assets, having a basic understanding of what an entity is, needs collisions, needs textures and sprites and all and so forth. It allows us to kind of design in a particular game what we want an entity to be. Now in this case, you know, maybe an entity has a camera, maybe it has an animation, but it doesn't necessarily have to use these things. So like for Abduction Ray, I don't have to tell it to use that camera. Now, if I wanted to, we could. But the main part is it allows some scalability, and this is more like an object-oriented approach. So here, with Abduction Ray, it would be wanting to be made here on this clickable event. However, before we get too ahead of ourselves, I want to really initialize this title button thing here. So here we're going to go state if. Well, it's actually fine to initialize all this here, and I think it would be better if this data was initialized while we showed the title stuff. That way, right. That way, this is it's loaded in, it's known about, it's not trying to pop all that data in on a click, it's already there. Title button, it'd be data.title button is new button. So we got some options for the buttons here. We want this one to be a text. So over here, for now, I'm just going to say test text. And for a new button, be dated test text. I'm wondering real quick. Okay, yeah, didn't look like it. So eventually we're going to put this in its own little class struct situation. But for now, we're going to do it like this. Character size, fill color. Now we're going to go position. We're just going to go like 200, 100. And now we just need a string. So set string. We're going to call this title test. So this is like setting all that data into this test text chunk, and we're saying, hey, make that test text chunk a button. So fixed update here. I'm going to say if, and we need the title button. We're going to say can click. Okay, that needs a mouse position, so we're just going to do mouse position. I want to say do it like this. And we'll do like state.increment game state, state.debug window state. Then on update, throw this up here, come down here and take that out of its little funkiness we put him in, and real quick, title, data.text test. Here we're going to do data.title button dot check collision, and this also needs a mouse position. So we'll just, maybe later we will kind of organize this a little better. But here we use the mouse position, and then believe we would just do fixed update with the mouse position here. Now what I think is going to happen is when we hit play, we should see some text on the screen when the mouse hovers over it. we should see it light up green. When we take it away, it might go back to black. Because I think originally in the button, that's set to go back to black. Yeah, so just so we can see this a little bit better, we're going to go like this. And also we need a drawable. And for this one, I suppose we'll just do the default black. See what happens here. Right. And so it seems like when I clicked away from him, it still worked. So let's see here. Let's take a look here. A little backwards. Okay. Yeah, okay. Strange. So yeah, so now we can see kind of like the use of the state machine here. We have a way to go between drawable states, which, you know, it's useful to set this type of stuff up early on. That way you can kind of keep a very clean drawing area where it has one area of initialization, one area of update, a few areas of drawing depending on your window state, and it's cleaner. Now this, a lot of this data here, mostly this should all be inside its own little class or struct or data set. So for example, here we'll just do like yeah, something kind of like this, where it would have some type of initialization function, some type of dedicated drawing, select text, test text, kind of like that, and then here, we just have like title, I don't even think we need anything fancy like a pointer or anything like that. We can probably leave it like that. We'll see. So like title, or excuse me, data.title dot text will be the button. And then down here, we would do title, or data.title dot drawable. Aha. Do not see it. So let's do like a pointer. Here we will say data.title is new title. Actually, I think I jumped the gun on that a little bit. Probably don't, but we definitely need to at least initialize it. Yeah. Alright, so now, of course, right, we need to click the button when we're in this and have that go whoop, or something between that. So over here in game and player, we need this clickable event to do the magic for him. So where we have this stuff, abduction ray and all this here, and then this down here, all this needs to be taken out of that. Some of it should go here. Some of it. So like, for example, if we do like an init here, here, give him a bool like something like that. And go like, so if like array is active, then do array drawable. So like right now, so no longer drawable. And as you can tell, when this wasn't explicitly set, it defaulted to true, and you can see it. But of course we don't want them there. We're going to want them near the player. So let's see here. So clickable event, we'll do like basic sprite dot set position be this basic sprite dot get position plus Now I believe how this sprite thing works, and I'll use a little diagram to show. So like file new, that's fine. Alright, so basically you got like a sprite. This spot right here in SFML is typically 0, 0. That's what that is. So if we set the position of this ray to here, right, and then we said like ray dot is active is true, it's going to be relatively right about there. So let's kind of show that, right? So go to our main scene here, and under, I want to go like fixed update, I believe, and we're going to say if the current state is the main scene. Also, just to make sure this is explicitly, so that's title scene. We'll do like data.player.clickable event. Just write some code here. We'll do like SF mouse is mouse button pressed, and we want to know is the left mouse button pressed. So actually, it doesn't come out too bad, because let's look at it like this. So this 0, 0 right here is this 0, 0 right here. And if we take this, you can see relatively where it's going to line up. And if we hit play and click, that's exactly where it lines up. So, no, it's not too bad like that. Except we want it down a little bit. So I'm going to give it 0 in the X direction, and let's try like 100 in the Y. So, like that. Yep, seems relatively reasonable to have it like that. I will say, so what's happening here is we're at title screen, we click, we become main scene, this is clicked, that shows. I also wonder, we're going to want to be about here-ish in the X, or in the Y. This is about where I want to lock the player. So our initial, try it like there. So about 550 or so. Hmm, 570? Who's gonna guess 560? No, it could be 570. Yeah, that'll do. Oh, no. I do think that this needs an animation. And instead of waiting, like it definitely needs, it needs an animation pretty quick. So what we're gonna do is a very, very quick animation of this. Okay, so file new. I'm gonna have 3 of these. This will be 3 times 16. 24, 30, 24 plus 16. Is that 40? No idea, to be honest with you. No, it's not 40. 16, 32, 48. All right, that seems a little better. And grab this one. Boom. So this is going to be our little animation here. I'm just going to go File, Export, As. We're going to go like this. We're going to export it on top of them. So now if we were to just hit play, you will see that it is really weird looking. Something that we just probably don't want. So now we're going to go into our animation, and I'm just going to call this Ray Animation. We're going to give it a clock. I'm going to call that Ray Clock. And here, I think we're going to need a some type of interact and a reference to the sprite. Okay, so if it's things past quarter second, we're going to say sprite sheet shape at top is equal to 0. Sprite sheet shape dot left, I believe, would be equal to, and they're 16 by 16, there's 3 of them, like this. So we're going to start that out too with, if the sprite sheet shape dot left is 0, then we're going to say if it is 16, make that 32. And if this is 32, make that 0. Now, we don't want this animation to continuously play, but we'll fix that in a second. This is a very, special case of this, but this should be fine here. Yep. So, as we know, animation is part of entities. Entity is part of abduction. This is what we have. So abduction here, we're going to make an interact, and we're going to call that sprite sheet. And up here, we're just going to say, hey, sprite sheet dot left is equal to 0. Sprite sheet dot top is equal to 0. And up here, 2 more, dot width is 16. And sprite sheet dot height, I believe that's not 16. Suppose we could look in a few different places. So for one, we could grab it kind of like this or whatever, and it shows us here that's by 12. Another place we could look is if we looked to where the files are. Go to properties, go to details, it'll also tell you it's 12. So we need to set the width and the height of the sprite sheet, and then tell it exactly where it's starting. And then we have to tell it to use this. So, for example, we would say like ray void shoot array. Right, and we'll do anim.ray animation. And it needs the sprite sheet and its basic sprite. One thing I forgot about up here is 2 things. So we need the sprite itself, we call that ray sprite, dot set sprite sheet or set texture rect, yeah, something like that, yep, and do like ray clock dot restart. This is setting the texture rect, which probably best practice over here as well, to do like that. Wait, on initialization, it knows where it's at. This will shoot the ray. In here we could even give it like So we could say like basic sprite dot set position. So when we come over here, we can even say is active, right? So like is active is true. So all this stuff is kind of being handled now in shoot ray, where this was. So now we just have shoot ray player dot. This would actually just be basic sprite dot get position, and then we gave it the 0570 displacement. Now if we hit play, it's actually pretty far down there. Interesting. Let's see. Set position. Let's try it like this, see where it puts it. And here we'll do an update. We'll actually be updating the animation here, doing that stuff there. Because this on-clickable event, this is happening on a fixed update basis. Take a look here. Gonna try putting the clock down here, see if this is an issue. So let's see here. Send the width, the height, spreadsheet shape. Let's try 32 there. Not there. I mean, we'll try 16 like that. Try 32. Okay, so my animation logic is not good. Let's see here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a look at a reference. Well, really doesn't look like I'm screwing that up too much. Fray clocks, get elapsed time as seconds is greater than a number. Its top is 0. And oh, yeah, I just read your comment, Fringe Games. So, yeah, you're correct. This is SFML. I've used this a few times in a couple different games, like my Steam game. And yeah, so you've been working on ray tracing. No, it's a hard thing to do. I know very, very little about ray tracing other than what I've used in Unity. Yeah. So I don't know how long you've been here, but basically what I'm trying to do is a very, very simple game. When I was a kid, I remember it was like Windows 98, maybe Windows 2000. There was a really odd game where you were kind of like this spaceship here, and you could control it left and right. You'd click the mouse, and you would suck up cows or horses or people. And if you, I believe, right-click the mouse, you fling the little guy you sucked up into objects, and it was entertaining as a child. And I don't know if it was a fever dream I had or an actual game on my mom's PC, but I figured, do a little mini game jam with some streaming today, and create something quick. And so I'm using a little bit of some frameworks I've set up for previous games, including a scene manager, kind of like an asset loader, handler, with a little object-oriented approach. Microman. You know, I have no idea what that even is. Let me Google that. Adventures of Microman. That looks ridiculous. No, that's interesting. That's like right up my alley in a lot of games. So currently, got Steam here. Let's hit that. Yep, that loads. This is that little game I made. Just hit actual release. This is made in the SFML. It's a different little framework I set up. It was actually the first game I've ever made in SFML. But from what I know, it's good to get out a lot of small games. Get yourself out there. People know about you, and little things like that. So right now I'm just trying to get some stuff out. Now this one, I don't know if it'll actually be well, hell, I appreciate that. I'm trying to learn a lot about marketing, and I tell you what, marketing is a very, very, very hard thing. It's very hard. What I'm gonna do, sometimes I notice Visual Studio gets kind of weird like this. 19 errors, right? But I hit play and it compiles properly. So what all I'm gonna do is gonna hit save, close, go back to my project here, and open it back up. Now maybe if you're interested, I'll show you kind of where some of this framework's coming from. Oh, it looks like I have a couple versions of that open already. Let's close that and come here. So as you can tell, right, same framework. And I was making a kind of like a prototype. And that's collision sounds a little a little loud. But yeah, a little prototype of an RPG, mainly using like buttons for the dialogue system. And then this is very similar to like a Pokemon. Right, so this is nice and all, but RPGs will take an incredible amount of time. Thank you. I work very hard on this stuff. I'm going to school right now, college, for digital animation and game design. I'm one of the older students, and I'm learning a lot about how visual art is a lot more appealing than perhaps the mechanics inside a game a lot of the time. And so I really like coding, but I am, as you can tell, not an artist. And the art you've seen there for the that other project, that is art I got from itch.io. It's part of their, I think, like a Pocket Monsters of some type of let me see if I can find it here. So like itch what would be under like monsters, what he call those, let's see here, that. Pocket World. Okay, yeah. So let's go itch, Pocket World. Definitely not that guy. It's this guy. Viral. VRYELL. So he's the one who did all the art for that other project. I don't think he did it specifically for my project, as I just kind of got it. Oh, Pirate Software. You know, I actually listen to him a lot. His introduction in some of his videos is always kind of scary, right? Like, oh, I worked for the government hacking power plants, and I have a black badge and this hacking thing. I'm like, wow, like that is incredible. Incredible. Well, thank you. I will say it's not the best game. I did place the price at $2.99 because I feel it's fair. I originally intended to release the game for free. However, when I release an early release in April and spent till 2 or 3 days ago updating the game as often as possible, I ended up rewriting this engine several times. The images I created for the art became a lot of work, and I felt that for the amount of content with the endless mode and the puzzles, that it was a fair pricing at $2.99. Now, I do plan on a monthly basis to upgrade the game. So a person I was talking to recommended ground enemies that are kind of like locked to the ground that can shoot projectiles, and I kind of imagine that to be similar to Risk of Rain 2's little pyramid guys, who are kind of like locked on different surfaces, and they're throwing crap at you. And I think that would be a fair thing to add to the game. Another comment I've seen a few times is the turret of the tank should move with the mouse, which it definitely should. Writing games in SFML, sometimes it's a little hard, I suppose, because I need to read a lot more documentation, and I'm not sure exactly for pivot points and rotation where I can lock the that sprite rotation to. I was afraid that it would be kind of locked like either in the center of the object or off on a corner instead of a direct edge. So I just kind of left it motionless. And most of the art in Rogue Tank is high resolution renders. So I took some 3D models I created in Blender and took some high resolution renders of them. It's interesting because the old style art compared to the new went a long way. I suppose I'll kind of show this one off too a little bit, and then I'll get back to what I'm doing. So this, as you can tell, this is god awful. I mean, we got header files for days, CPPs in different areas. This is like a save load system that is miles long. This eventually I do want to make and release fully. So what this is called is Galactic Smith. We got kind of like an inventory system, a crafting system. We have a very basic dialogue. So if we like come in here, I think I gotta be like right up to the guy. Yep. So, and as you can tell, there's only one statement that these NPCs have. So with that, this was made, I want to say around the same time as Rogue Tank. I started this it would be spring of 2024 for a coding 155 C++ assignment. And this was, it was tough. So, kinda. For this game here, this was kind of like the first iteration of me practicing with a save load system, that type of stuff, dialogue system. And if we go over to RPG, this is where this dialogue system has actually become very fleshed out. So what we'll do is we'll kind of come over here. It starts with button. So of course, you know, a button needs to be clickable. So on instantiation, we can either be a sprite or a text. And then, you know, we're checking the collision if the mouse is hovering over for either, and then if that mouse clicks for either. And we made this, or we as in the royal we, I made this virtual so that for dialogue system here, he actually inherits from button. So he loads, in this case, a talk bubble and a dialog box PNG. We set some fonts, character size for the texts, and different settings for the dialog box and speech. We then load in that data. And we say, hey, our temp sprite is equal to this. This reset here, this kind of sets us back to 0 in a lot of ways. Like when you're, for example, when we're clicking through here, we kind of see that speech bubble. This is the check the collision with this sprite instantiates that bubble. When I click and I drag off, it's gone. Now if I click twice, it goes to the next, and if I come off, it starts back at the first, the third, and then if you click all the way through, it's gone. Now with that, we have this little enum here. Well, take it easy. Thanks for joining. It was nice. But for any other viewers, I'm not sure if we got more, but I'll kind of continue what I was saying. So we can add to this enum. That way, as we click, we can go through more texts. We're using the load asset function or class I made up there, that type of stuff. But back to the thing at hand. So we're trying to right now solve this little animation problem here, where that little green guy, when I click, he should appear and then he should animate. Let's see. We have void, reanimation, takes in this type of stuff here, takes in a reference to the sprite, to the int, to the clock. So we got, that should be fine. Set it to the left. You know what? I wonder if we just hit like plus equals and I got rid of him, what would happen here? Definitely not what I was thinking there. Kind of sounds like my roommate's playing with his sled. Such our college roommates. Let's see. So we got animation. Left. Should. If is active. So it's setting the texture at. wonder. Because here, that's where that gets set. And if we go here, that's where it's updating. I wonder if we just did this and said array is active. So what I really want to do right now is just see that thing animating, not necessarily with the player, but just kind of like see it go through the sprite sheet animation. If it's left, it's 32. If it's 32, it's 0. Should cycle back through. Let's make that longer of an animation. See if that helps anything. Absolutely not. Okay. Oh, shoot ray, update. Kind of go there. Is active. Init basic sprite. Raise update. I'm going to try updating ray a different spot. So this is going to be definitely not where we want this, but we're going to say like data.player.ray.update. I didn't like that at all. Interesting. Go back to 2.5, see what happens here. I think I took out the is active. Yeah, I did. So we're going to try that again. Data.player.array.update. No update. You know, I think I'm missing something really benign when it comes down to it. It's like something something very particular. It's kind of funny. So we got a ray clock. We have a sprite. I'm going to try to put this as similar to the last one I did. Go up here and do a clock and the incorrect. Then we're going to have an init up here. And after that, we are going to grab this stuff here. Put it in the init. That does not say sprite sheet. We're just going to do sprite sheet shape. And we're going to come down here to reanimation like that. And here we're going to do something similar to that. And we'll see how this one goes. Okay, we're coming back. Huh. Very, very interesting. I'm almost certain that is very close to what I typically do. Let's see, so I am literally going to copy this. And we're going to paste it right above it and kind of take a look at the difference here. So we got array clock. We got those. Now, the top is only 0 in this case, and this would actually be the sprite sheet shape. And we really shouldn't need that. Top is only 0 in this case. I'm thinking the difference so far is the ifs versus the else ifs. Well, we'll kind of go like that for a moment. Yeah, it's actually the else ifs. That's interesting. And we'll put that back to 2.5 there. 16. Let's see. Yeah, so 16, or this would be 0. This is 0. This is 16. This is 32. Zero, 16, 32. Now I'm going to erase that. I'm going to see this one more time. Right. But if we do an else, then it works. That's alrighty. That's kind of silly. But, and this is the big but. So this is all well and good now. I suppose the difference is if it's this, if it's that, versus if it's this, otherwise if it's that, when it's looping through the code. But so yeah, this is all well and good, but we need that animation to stop after it hits here. So I'm gonna do something that's not so effective, but we're just gonna say bool anim or is active anim. And here we're gonna say we're gonna leave that as false. In fact, I'm gonna take this like this and do it like that. Where I shoot the ray, and just say anim.isActiveAnim is true. Here, I'm say if isActiveAnim. We'll kind of see how that goes. Right, but we want that sprite to disappear after that. So shoot sprite. isActiveAnim true. Update ray animation. Almost want to do it a different way, but just kind of do it like this. So we're going to say if this is false, then we're going to say is active is false. Back to the shoot ray position. We should set slightly down from the player. plus SF vector to F 0. I'm thinking, I don't know, like a 20 down. I almost want this part in the update. Just so when the player moves, it kind of sticks with them. So, yeah. We're going to want him a little bit down. So player, basic sprite, let's try 630. Fantastic. So 640 there. One thing I want to fix real quick is our update guy here. There we are. We're actually going to come down to like the 50s. Yeah, okay. And we're going to lock up-down movement. So there's only left and right. So only A and B. Now we are doing an update function through delta time. In SFML, there's a few different ways you can do, like here you could say like window dot set frame limit, and you can do like 60, 120, but this is not a very good way, because let's say you have a computer and it's let's say in this case you got a Raspberry Pi and you do set frame limit. It's gonna go very slow. Let's say you got like an i3, old school i3, or an APU processor, something that's like super old, and you have this set frame limit, it's gonna go slow. And if you have a computer that is amazing, let's say like some type of i9, a 5080 GT or RTX, and hundreds of gigabytes of RAM, whatever have you, that set frame limit, you're going to be zooming along. What this delta time and how I'm calculating it, we take a main clock and a delta time. These are both SF functions. Now this clock is going to run on the main clock speed of the computer. Delta time is going to keep track of basically just that. So in this update loop here, notice we're setting delta time equal to the main clock's elapsed time. Then we're restarting the main clock. This is happening every frame. We're taking the number calculated here and we're passing it into the player's update function, which is being multiplied by a value. So this creates the same movement speed on every computer, or at least very close to. There's a couple other ways I've heard it described, but this is a very uniform, common thing. In Unity, it has its own system. I'm pretty sure Unreal has its own system. But anyway, so as we can see, we got our little crappy looking spaceship. We got our little animation playing with our little thing. So I think what a good place to do now is let's create like some type of basic enemy looking, or not enemy, but in this older game I remember you could pick up little people, you could pick up cows. So let's make a really crappy looking cow. So yeah, no, cows got some black and white to them. So we're gonna do like a little thing like that. Give them like a little head, some kind. Give them a body. Some legs. Alright, so my chicken cow thing. This creature that is a curse on the planet. Not necessarily cows in general, just my little image here. God dang, this thing looks disgusting. now you guys know I'm definitely no artist, but heck, we're gonna roll with this. Once I don't hate what it looks like fully. That is horrible. Awful. You know what? Hold on. So I did a game jam recently, and it was called Soup. I made this little guy. Took some time on him. We're gonna use him. He don't look like crap. At least not so much. So we're gonna come in here, paste my animal guy. I'm gonna come in the main scene here. We're gonna make a new entity. I'm gonna call him animal. Here, I suppose we're just gonna do like data.animal equals new entity. And he's in files animal.png. I don't know if we have to init him. In fact, I don't know if we even have to init the background. Maybe that's redundant. Yeah, that was a redundant spot. Okay, that's fair. That's good to know. Now here we're gonna do data.animal.drawable. Hit play. We're gonna see where this guy pops up at. Oh, I guarantee he's up there. Almost guarantee it. So what we're going to do is set position of the basic sprite. Say like 500, 670. Okay, yep, there's our big guy. What we want is when we do that, he kind of disappears, so to speak. Right, gets injected into the space shuttle. So I'm actually going to go like this and draw him under the player. Kind of like that. Take a look. Right. So we're gonna lift him up in, and then a button to kind of fling him. You know, so let's get that out of the way, because that sounds fun. So what we're gonna do, let's say right click, and here we're gonna do the logic for flinging. Here, yeah, I think for both of these, we're going to take in a reference to the hit sprite. So boo 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 boo. We're just going to say hit sprite dot set fill color, or set color to transparent. Now, I see a major problem with this. Like an absolutely major problem, but I'm just gonna show it. Maybe a lot of you already kind of see what's gonna happen here. So first, wow, it disappears, right? Yeah, that's because, yeah, I told it to. It's not because it actually hit that sprite. So that is what is going to use some of our collision stuff. So here, under game here, let's see, we got 222, basic sprite, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so instead of something like this, actually maybe like that, just maybe not just so much like this, because we are coming from entity. If we say like basic collision and give him hit sprite, but if we say like if that, then this, because this should be returning like a true. Yeah, we'll see kind of like how this plays out. Right, so he's not, and now he is. Perfect. Ish. Right, like for something quick, something simple, that'll do. Now, maybe even here we should say like hit sprite dot set position to the basic sprite dot get position. The reason being is when we go to fling this animal back, we're going to want to go from, you know, that spot. It'd be cool if he does like a little rotation, right? Like a little as he's going. So I suppose under here we should do a void shoot or fling object. We're going to take a here I'm going to do something funky. So fling object, it's going to happen here. So let's do like ray dot fling object, bam. And we're going to say the current object dot set color to white. That should just change the color to its base color. And we're going to say current object dot set rotation I almost want this to be an update. So making a bool here, kind of like a yes/no controller for this scenario, because we actually want a lot of this to happen in here. So if is flung, we're going to do this, and we're going to add some delta time. So reason being, so I want to multiply by something like that. This thing is not very happy that I did that. Oh, I was missing the namespace syntax correctly. So if it's flung, set its rotation dot move, and we're going to move him to the right and down. So we're going to do kind of like this one, and maybe down by about that much. Something like that, and then we'll set this back to false when that thing either hits something on the ground or that type of stuff. So here, yep, update with delta time. So first off, we'll right click, right, nothing's happening. Yep, still nothing with right click, so let's take a look here, clickable events, if boom, fling, yep. Fling is true, boom. If it's true, do that. This might have to be a pointer. But we'll see how that goes. Right now, there's an A. If we hit that sprite, then set its color, set its position. Fling is true. If fling is true, we will set its rotation and its movement. I think what it has to do with is the drawing of that. I don't necessarily want to call that drawable. We're going to just call draw. Yeah, something kind of like that. Only kind of, sort of. Think a little more to the right than down on the fling. Probably a little, honestly, a little faster, right? Like, let's go. Let's go like that. Let's right click first, see what happens. Nothing. Left click, right click. We want to be changing his rotation a lot, like. So this is the angle. So let's try like this. See if that like. Not what I was thinking. Let's try like a weird number, like 86. No, 116. Nah. Yeah, I kind of like that a little better. That's right. So now we just make a building and make the impact, and then make a nice little pretty impact looking thing. Yeah, we don't talk about this. This is yeah, no. Speaking of using art that I already have access to, we're gonna go to this. So these are the Pocket World assets. The guy who made this is from itch.io. His name's like Vivril or Vivril. Amazing art. So we're just gonna take like part of this building here. fish. Yeah, that's about good enough. But yeah, so he charges for his assets. They're worth it. I mean, these are absolutely fantastic. I very much enjoy them, especially from someone who, I quite struggle with art. That little deer you see, that was that's something I'm proud of, and that's what most people are just. Well, not maybe most people, but most artists are like, oh yeah, I mean that's a common thing. So yeah, we got that house PNG now. So if we go right click here, open folder in File Explorer, go to Files, boom, see the house. So we want to make the house an actual entity. So come up here, and we'll call it house. And same thing down here. Like data.house equals new entity, and we'll say files.house.png. Then we need to set its position. So suppose we'll just do like, keep dropping my mic because I don't really have a good situation for it, so I just pin it inside my shirt. But anyway, so we're going to do data.house basic sprite set position, and using where this animal was for reference, we're going to do about 700 by 680. Then we need to come down here and draw it to the screen. We're going to put it behind the animal and the player for the draw order. Oh, looks like I made a, yeah. Yep, so there's our house. We want to kabam them. And that house is huge. Absolutely enormous in this case. So we're actually going to come down here real quick. Data.house basic sprite set scale, and we're going to basically cut him in half. Whoa. That was unexpected. I will say probably because in basic sprite I'm setting scale elsewhere. Yeah, I definitely am. Wonder by how much? By 4. Okay, so using that knowledge, we're to cut it in half would be about 2. Yeah, should be bigger. I mean, that animal is huge compared to that house, and we're gonna have to play around with scale and make an actual spaceship looking thing. But yeah, so we're gonna launch that guy there. That is gonna do some damage of some kind, some type of impact. So I'm kind of thinking, let's see here, I might have something in the soup project. So assets, do we have? Nope, it does not appear. Do not have what I was thinking. Let's go 16 by 16 for a minute. Do like a kind of a weird looking circle. That was kind of funky. Like that. That. A great pixel artist here on YouTube is Pixel Pete. He's absolutely fantastic. So if you want some actual good pointers on how to make your pixel art really shine through, he's a great reference. Now, what you see me doing, I will say don't try at home because I am not a good guide or reference on art in any way, shape, or form. Here I'm trying to make like a destruction poof cloud. So let's kind of like take a little reference here and do like puff of smoke, pixel art. Right, so this is more or less what we're going for. Something kind of like this, so put that off to the side. And I realize that's probably not 16 by 16 over there, it's more like, I don't know, bigger. We're just gonna kind of come in like this. And then I'm gonna grab that, Control B, and just kind of make a little stuff like that. And then it looks like it's a different shade. I'm gonna try something like this. No, it's something quick and to wrap it all together. Probably not that color. Probably not that color at all. And Control A, Control B that. We're gonna go to like, I got 256. Something like that. And whatever the hell this thing is, it looks awful. But it's gonna be our little puff of smoke thing. Absolutely awful. We're gonna just kind of, I don't know, grab a chunk of it like that. And do like a weird Okay, so yeah, took us a while. Not sure exactly what that is. It'll do. It'll function. Almost wondering. Yeah, something kind of, sort of, not really, but it'll it'll be. If anybody's got good Creative Commons collections of stuff, let me know, because I know that's awful to kind of look at like that. So instead of making that smoke cloud kind of like an entity-ish thing here, it's probably best over this way. We're going to be making him part of kind of like the ray guy. So we're going to call this cloud sprite. Texture. Going to be absolutely awful way to do this, but cloud texture dot load from file slash, what did I call that thing? Smoke cloud. Let's see, .png. So we got this texture here, and then we're gonna set the cloud sprite dot set texture to the cloud texture. Say like draw cloud sprite and only if hit. So so yeah, this guy's update. We kind of need maybe just a better way in general. Maybe it's just a lack of my knowledge, but I need to reference that house sprite. So easiest way I'm going to do it, I suppose, is right here. But potentially, yeah, we'll see. So like, basically, you know, a little collision code here, and we're going to just say is hit is true, and cloud sprite dot set position is be hit sprite dot get position, and hit sprite dot set color be SF color transparent. true. Yeah, okay, so that's definitely not a good spot to do this, because this update function is being overrode from the basic entities update, and we can't modify its argument, or at least I don't think I can technically, unless I modify it over there, and then maybe I don't need it like that for everything. So this part mainly, like this part here, needs to be handled in a separate area. So here, it's not the best place to do it. Right, because right now we're hard coding what object it's going to hit. This is not what you want to do. But for a test, pretty much what we wanted to see, but not how we want to handle this. This data here needs to be coded basically the exact same way as this. So this ray here, his object is that little green ray we shoot out. The current object, he's technically not an object, right? So when we use him and then try to calculate position again, or calculate some type of thing here, it's hard to kind of do what we did here, if that makes sense. So yeah, we can try to do something like current hit object. No, this will have the same issue. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the bathroom, and when I come back, we will continue. Now the problem currently is we need to create this object here, and then when we fling it, it needs to know about the other one, and I have an idea. So when we come back, I'll show you what I mean. So be back soon. Ooh. Alrighty. Sorry about that wait. Yeah, so I was thinking while I was going to the bathroom, why was I trying to do it forward? I'll explain a little more descriptive. So each one of these entities has a way to check collision. And yeah, when I fling that enemy or that creature toward to the building, I was trying to check the collision with that and this, and no, that's a bit ridiculous. Also, this cloud guy, he technically should be an entity. This would make the whole scenario with that cleaner. And the main thing is we will be using the house's collision check. Like, so for example, let's do like the cloud. We're gonna do like entity there. Let's see. We're gonna need basically just like cloud. Give it a string. I'm gonna call it image location, and then we're gonna call entity and just say image location. And here we'll just say like file location equals image location. And then we'll just do like a drawable. Actually, it already has that. Just come up here. Is act is alive. And that allows us to switch it off easier too. Here we'll just do like not even an update on that. That's just maybe a bool is hit. I mean, I'm pretty sure we can just go is alive is off. Yeah. So here it would come over and we'll just say like cloud. So if it's flung, do it like this. And then we'll say up here, void check collision. Or, you know, we could say like on collision, enter, you know, kind of like unity, or however we want to kind of phrase this this thingamabob here. But this cloud here and this here, we can take in a reference to an entity. So we'll just call it other and say if other dot basic collision, and here we want to use the current object as the sprite. So if that returns true, then we will say cloud dot is alive is true, and cloud cloud dot basic sprite dot set position would be other dot basic sprite dot get position. Yeah, so this kind of sort of should fix a bit of those issues. No default constructor for cloud. I think that should be fine. Hit play, see what happens. No default exists for entity. I mean, I don't really think. Oh, public, hold on. So this is, I think the error is a little misleading. We'll see. But I think it is. So we're going to go like this. Make that cloud a pointer. So these type of things being loaded in. Okay, so that compiled. Yeah, so this on collision enter, we would go into more or less in our update function here. And we could say like data just gonna have everything come from player. Just makes a little more sense for something as small as this. Array dot on collision enter, taking the reference other. So data dot player dot on collision enter, and here we will use data dot house dot basic sprite, or no, it'll just be that. And I suppose we'd have to have this for like every object. This would get populated a bunch of times. Potentially going to have to do something different. But again, small game, probably doesn't matter too much. Well. Is alive is false here. We're setting the PNG. Is flung is true. If is flung. see if that's just going to draw. Yeah, he's going to be way up there. So boom. Boom. Should be able to just like cloud dot drawable here. That should kind of fix that thing. Hey, so I've been doing SFML since spring of 2023. I went back to college, so I'm a little bit of an older student. I'm almost 30 years old now, and I decided to go back to college. The first introductory class for digital animation game design for computer programming was 155 C++. You can have a choice between that and C#. During that time, I discovered SFML, and a upperclassman was able to convince the professor to use it as a lesson for the last half of the semester, which was really nice because otherwise we would have been taught Java and processing, which I have nothing against Java, I have nothing against processing by default, but if you're going to teach half a class of 8 weeks as C++ and then the second half as Java processing, it's not as good, in my opinion, if you taught C++ the entire semester and SFML for the last half to kind of put the code into action. So the first game I wrote with SFML is actually available on Steam. I just did a full release. This has been early release and accessible since April of 2023. This game has gone through a lot of iterations. It's currently $2.99 on Steam. I feel for the amount of content that this is, it's a pretty fair price. I enjoy the game. The endless game is intense. It's the puzzle is tough, I will say, and I will be working on updates for the game on a monthly basis. My plan with the streaming is just kind of like a little test, right? So far everything on the screen here, except for Basic and Scene Manager, was wrote today. This is just kind of like a little practice, like a little mini game jam for the day. I remember as a child this weird game where you were like a spaceship, you could pick up things and fling it. And so that's kind of the inspiration for this small little mini project. But yeah, I appreciate you checking out the stream, checking out what I'm doing. I'm by far like no Cherno, I'm no pirate software. I'm just a little indie developer who's going to school for digital animation game design. I'm curious for you just getting into SFML. Are you doing the like C++ 17 and version 3, or are you like version 2.6, 2.2? Because that's kind of what I'm still doing, is the older versions, 2.2, 2.6. Oh, shit. So with 3.0, how do you like it? I'm thinking about switching. I am very comfortable in the 2.6 variant. Is 3.0 worth it? Is it, in your opinion, good? Are you enjoying your time? Just gonna look here, collision, and we're gonna set Yeah. There's definitely going to be less tutorials. I mean, as yeah, 3.0 just came out. SFML is usually kind of overshadowed by SDL2, Raylib. Yeah, I one reason I really like the SFML workflow versus Unity, which is where I used to do a lot of my time for game development. I found myself looking up a tutorial, following it to a T, going to the next tutorial, and being in that tutorial hell for a long time. And when I finally was able to branch out of this was between like 2019 and 2022. I finally branched out and was able to write code on my own. But I still found it hard. Every time I wanted to try something new, I had to look up a tutorial. Here with SFML and with what they're teaching me at the school, I started to learn more, right? Like instead of looking something up, I was more forced to figure it out. So like here with like the basic entity, of course it needs an image. So I created like a return type of texture. Give it a argument of string to then return that so that I can take a actual texture and set it equal to that. Have this as a basic entity class where inside the actual game logic, like for example, we'll kind of close some of these out. Entity, he inherits from that. So like a special entity would be, in this case, like a cloud, an abduction, ray, or the player. So they're of course going to have their special things. Yes. So C sharp, I don't mind it, though brackeys for a long time that was what I'd follow. Ziggurat is another pretty good resource. Aaron does stuff, who has done some Terraria clones and has his game that he's creating lately. I'll actually kind of go over to Discord and show that off for a moment, because what his game is, it looks very beautiful. So he's making this in Unity, and of course C sharp, right? But it's harder in some ways. You did 2 months of Unity, made 2 simple games, and felt your programming skills lacked, so you went to SFML. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. It's C++ is awesome. You got like memory allocation. Yeah, you got to use the delete keyword, or you're supposed to, otherwise memory leaks. It does feel like you have a little more control, a little more, in my opinion. So like, I am no artist. Like I can't draw for nothing. But programming is what I feel is my art form, right? So in C++ is almost like the canvas that allows me to express that art form in a better way. Where if I was using Unity and C sharp, I felt a little more constricted, even though it's odd, because here you have to worry about stack, what's on the stack and what's on the heap. You can't call a function below where it's defined unless you have a prototyped version of it or elsewhere in a header file. And so in C sharp, you don't have any of that. And it's almost like you have so many choices of all these good things you can do that it's not very useful. It doesn't put you in a more restricted area and make you more creative to figure out the solution. You, in a lot of ways, can almost cheat. Not necessarily in that descriptive term, but it's interesting how how that really, encourages creativity through C and C++. For like here, I made like a struct camera and animation that I feed to entities, making them just a little bit different than the basic guy, and feed him into players and abduction ray, and that allows me to have the collision checks and the drawing checks and even the update checks all come from one place, but then have special use cases, which is, it's nice. And the Cherno, if you're watching my simple channel, I'm sure you've heard of the Cherno. He's an incredible resource, very well spoken, very knowledgeable. Though it's almost akin to watching like Hikaru Nakamura on chess, because he knows so much and he's saying a lot, and some of it you can follow, and others it's like, well, damn, you're going quick. And I don't feel my space or time would be useful making any type of tutorial for coding, really. But mainly I wanted to use this time to, I did the same series. I don't know how much really stuck with me. I do know I really enjoy vectors. That's a very, very useful thing I found. Yeah. A lot of these people I'd like to meet in person one day. I mean, they're just very, very incredible. So, so you speak, you're going, checking out SFML, you're using it now, you like it better. What kind of project are you doing? Do you got like a little prototype we could check out sometime, or is your plan to put it on itch.io or maybe even Steam? I guess another question is, game development a hobby for you, or is this like a potential career path? Are you using it to kind of like further your development of programming for maybe computer engineering or some other area of study? Oh, so yeah, I mean, that's a great thing. There's a couple free programming books that kind of explain organization, and I'm not a very good organizer, but I'll kind of show you what I'm doing. I don't know if this will be any help. So I try to have one place where I'm initializing or loading in data. In this case, allocating memory, setting where these sprites are. I like to have one place where the actual update loop is happening. The fixed update in this case is stuff where it's like, for example, an event loop, like while it's pulling an event, do this. Well, keep at it, man, because programming is very, very good. Gotcha. So I think I started programming around the same age as you. That was about 15 years ago. I think my first language was Java, then Python, and I hated Python. Then C#, then C, then C++. It takes a while. Sometimes you, like for myself, I'll think I know something, and I'll do it a million times. Like earlier today in the stream, I was making an animation, didn't work, and it ended up being if, else, if instead of if, which is just crazy. But for here, like when you do SFML, everything above the while loop is like where you could have an initialization. inside the while loop, you can have an update. Inside the event loop, be like a fixed update would be ish, kind of like similar to Unity, Unreal. And then you can have a drawable under that. Now, I try to do kind of like a state machine on top of this, so that this here, like if I'm pushing like D and A, nothing's happening. I have a little debug saying, hey, we're in state 2. If I click this, we go to state 3, and this repaints the screen. In some of the older applications I built, so let's go into this one real quick. A lot of the time, I used to just open new windows for everything. Like, instead of redrawing to the same window, just open a completely new window. And that's fine, but over time, I figured out, it's not necessarily exactly what happened there. Okay, yep. So it's not exactly like the best scenario, right? For like every time you go to transition, you just, because let's say like we take this screen and like go like this and we walk in, right, opens a new screen. It's just not an efficient manner. But it worked for a while, and that's how I thought when I first started SFML that was an okay way. But this kind of doing like a state machine in a sense, where in one chunk of the code you're doing something, and another chunk of the code you're doing something else. It's useful. So like this update here, if we broke them open, it's also doing the different state checking, so that when this window expands and we click it, it didn't change. It didn't open that window. That is a big puff of smoke. But yeah, so I suppose let's get back to what we're doing here. I'm thinking I want that cloud smaller. That just so we're gonna do like that. I know this might seem kind of weird if you're just coming in, but in basic, I'm presetting all sprites to be 4x4, so this is actually smaller. So you can do 3D graphics with Vulkan. I personally do not. For a while, there's actually a course I took on Udemy. It's let me see. Let me pull this up. See if let me grab my little digit code here real quick, and we'll I'll kind of show you what I got going. So because I do recommend this course, especially if you're just starting out either in C++ or you want to know like graphics APIs. Which one is this? This one. Computer graphics with modern OpenGL and C++. This was a fantastic course. It taught a lot. Like, I suppose my favorite part about it was I was able to load in 3D models within 3 days of watching the videos. And that was great. Now, my original reasoning for taking that course is I wanted to make a Doom style game. You know, how it's technically, in some ways, people say it's like a 2D map, but it's also 3D, just visually. I was going to make kind of like a 3D-ish game using OpenGL. Where I stopped that project was, and this is due to lack of knowledge and me learning more, I'm not sure how to calculate collision in a 3D space. Now, like, take this. This is SFML. We have like a get global bounds, and that's all I'm doing there is a check for get global bounds. Wherein the OpenGL, I wasn't quite sure. I'll have to check out their website. I was also gonna look at some more Cherno videos to see how and if, because what I'll say is I kind of wanted to combine SFML and that OpenGL together, because I do know this is all being rendered with OpenGL on the back end. But if I was using like GLFW and the OpenGL and doing the window handling myself, if I would be able to use the keybinds and the collision checks and load in the sprites, not necessarily the sprite, but do the collision checks using the get global bounds, like maybe paste a texture or a sprite at the location of an object, have it be transparent so you can't see it on the screen, but still do those get global bound checks. That would be nice if it's possible. Eventually, yeah, I think that would be something I'd want to do. So here, real quick, just kind of check in. We want to go to abduction ray, fling object is flung on collision enter, and we're going to say current object dot set fill color or set color to transparent. This is so like that guy doesn't hang around too long. The cloud itself, I'm gonna say just looking for, yeah, boom, boom, boom. So we'll just say like if cloud clock elapsed time as seconds is greater than, like, I don't know, 1.2 seconds. Then we're going to say cloud sprite or cloud basic sprite dot set color also be transparent, and then we want to say is flung is false. I want to say that should be fine. Now what we want to do after this is basically scale this up. Aha, well that was kind of funky. Aha. Right. We're gonna have to do it's because of the clock. He needs it to not be so active. Not sure if that's gonna be the best way to do that. Yeah, definitely not. Oh, let's get the clock out of there. So is alive, set color. Maybe we could just have like a pile of rubble there stay for simplicity. Let's just try to scale this up real quick. So let's go to these guys. Let's go to background. So like data.basic sprite. Yeah, I think STL is similar. Yeah, STL, STL2. They're very good. Very, very good. Raylib is very good. That's a whole just C library, so you can use it in C, in C++. Box2D is a good collision software API-like thing. And if you know STL, you're doing fantastic. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, okay. Because, yeah, I was just trying to expand the, Yep, so I wonder what happens if I grab this house. Nothing. Not allowed to grab the house. I was just curious because this just takes in a hit sprite from shoot ray. So being fixed update. Yeah, we're only checking for Mr. Animal here. But we want to scale this up, and this is it's gonna break it for a little bit, but we want increase this. So I'm thinking about two different ways, either std vector right here, or doing a std vector on, well, since they are just entities, I suppose. Yeah, what could go wrong? Famous last words. Let's just start with animal, I suppose. we'll just say if data.animal.size is not equal to 0 for, whoa, that was not what I wanted, but that was strange looking. So we're going to go for int I, the size of the animal data guy. We're going to go here and here. This part, gross, right? So this, I have an idea. It's yeah, it's gonna happen. So we're gonna go over to Rogue Tank code real quick. This is the game I released on Steam, and we're going to go into the enemy code. I think we're close. Yep, we're close. Okay, so this is what I wanted, and you'll see why here in a second. So we're gonna Control C that. We're just gonna go, I don't even know, like, we're just gonna put it like right here for a minute because I need to grab some more stuff. And then we need to do this, and we should be good. Put that there, and okay. So zone distribution. Yeah, well, we'll see. Okay, so basically, I wanted to randomize the location for all these animals that are going to be slapped out of here. So we're going to want to do all of this in a different area eventually, just because it'd be ridiculous not to. Spawn position, I suppose for now we'll just do like a std vector of sf vector 2f called spawn position, and we'll just say that. And then dot x and dot y. We're going to have to do some organization coming up here. I want to say maybe we can put this up here. I'm going to have to go back, look at Rogue Tank for a moment to see exactly what zone distribution is. so something kind of. All this needs to go in its own little thing. That entity is going to have to no longer just be an entity. We're going to have to make them a special entity just for organization. Now for testing, I'll leave it like this for a moment. Here, we need to do a very similar thing. Something kind of like that. How are my entities implemented? So my entities are implemented kind of in a funky way. So over here, I have an area where we're loading assets in, so textures, font, that type of stuff. Basic entities, they have that image loader. They come with a texture, a sprite, a position, a file location, some collision idea, some type of movement speed, which technically I should be using, though I am using a different variable. And then this type of stuff for, is it drawn to the screen? Good for the more advanced collision code, which is here, which also uses this offset stuff. But for the most part for this game, we're probably going to be just sticking to a very basic. But yeah, so this is basic entity, and our actual entity is literally just that guy. But he can have a camera, he can have an animation, have a rectangle shape. So that's basically what that is. Now, in this sense, where we have like player who comes off of entity, I'm going to want to do a very similar thing to the animal. Instead of having all this code right here, this is disgustingly messy. Isn't needed like that. Similarly, this draw code is going to have to be chunked inside of animal, because we don't want to see, you know, all this junk hanging out in this spot. You know, it's okay to have junk, but just make sure it's in the proper drawers, so to speak. Not sure if this is going to work. I'm also almost positive it's going to spawn this guy in a lot of spots. That would be my my initial guess. And just for checking purposes, we're going to allow the player to move up and down. So this would be up, and in SFML, up is negative, and then we're going to want to be able to move down, which is positive. Now here, technically, I should be using movement speed, that it comes off of the basic Sprite guy. The reason I didn't is, very simply, I forgot that was part of basic entity. Yeah, but that's okay. So we're gonna hit play and it's gonna error out. Okay, it didn't error out. But we also don't see anything. It didn't error out because we are using this. If the size isn't 0, blah blah blah, right? Now I never actually explicitly stated, hey, for animal, we want to either reserve or resize. In this case, I'm just going to resize. We're going to say, hey, I want 50 of them. Hit play, and we get an error here. So Says vector out of range. If we hit retry, we'll hit continue. Sometimes it'll show us. This case, nothing useful. Let's see here. Maybe we'll see it again here. No. Include Yeah, so that's the fun part about vectors, is you got to make sure that you do it correctly, which I definitely did not. So we have this here. Where is another place we are dealing with the animal itself? Yep, so this is F4, F4, if, and 4. Oh, you know, I don't even think it's a problem with the animal. I never set the size of spawn position. On top of that, I think this is still going to be an issue somewhere. We'll see. Gonna try to see where these guys spawned at. Okay. Probably way out there, so we'll just kind of lower our numbers here. 50 seems like a reasonable. I'm not sure if this is going to error out because of that. We'll see. Aha! So here's our shit ton of enemies, or entities. So if we like yeah, you got to be careful copy pasting. You know, it's a thing programmers talk about at school a lot, where if you copy paste, you're likely gonna screw up. This one is the one where I'm more worried about. I'm pretty sure I want the Y to be about the same, no matter what. So I want to say that should be at the same position, so 680. And then we kind of want to do, so 0, I don't know, let's try like 500 and like change some of these to like 350 and 250 and 150 and 750 and negative 250 and 150 over there, because I'm just doing some random buttons, and we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, you know, it's fine to copy paste as long as you pay attention. Whoa. Yep, so they all went right there. Gotta spread these guys out. Top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. I want to say it's like X, Y. Let's try. Yeah. Breakpoints. You know, I can't tell you anything you don't probably already know or can figure out. Sometimes code just is like that for whatever fucked up reason. It's just it can be a pain in the butt. Right. So that's a lot of clumps. It's a lot of clumps, and if we were to just kind of like, you know, lower the amount of guys. Yeah, something sorta. And then you know, of course, now this one well, that was kind of weird. Yeah, so I'm definitely gonna want to make sure you can't just like hurl random guys like that, or that they don't, you know, come back once you do. Um, you know, limit the number of enemies. I don't know if I want them to be able to move backward. Maybe this should just be, you know, side scroller in one direction. But yeah, I do know all that junk, that needs to be its own entity. That is way too messy there. So we're gonna come over here and we're gonna say class animal off of entity, make sure it's public. And then we're gonna say animal. I want to say it'd be string image location, then ampersand, kind of like this with image location inside there. And we're just going to set the file location from basic entity into the image location. And is alive to true. Yep, something simple like that. Then here, we're definitely gonna want a yeah, I'm trying. So I do work IT at Ferris State University. I am going to school at Ferris State University for digital animation and game design. So the hope is to either work for like a AAA game company, maybe one of the auto companies around Michigan. Maybe I have to spread my wings a little bit, go to California, New York City, where have you. So yes and no. I do have other jobs I do to make money, to make a living, so to speak. I do have a game on Steam that I released for $2.99, and any and all support would be absolutely amazing, because what I'm trying to do currently is gain experience in this field to find useful opportunity to really, like, when I had my other jobs, I've worked as an Amazon driver, I've worked as a union iron worker up on steel, I was on a bridge deck, I was at Port Sheldon, which is a coal power plant before they shut that down. So I've done construction in my career. I've worked at factories around Michigan, and I really wanted to set out to change my career. So with digital animation game design, it was a hobby of mine before, and it's a passion, something I've been working on since 2017, a little bit before COVID. I graduated high school in 2014. I originally went to college for construction management, civil engineering, and changed to actuarial science. I found that it's hard to go to school for something you're not very passionate about, and currently construction it's just not something I want to do the rest of my life. It's something my dad did. I watched what it does to his body over time, and I want to make a career out of making games for a living, because at the end of the day, I want to be an entertainer. My canvas of choice to be an entertainer is game design. I think I have a couple powerful messages I would like to display to the world through the power of video games. User choice, I think, is incredibly important. And as a learning game developer and as a solo game developer, it's hard to allocate my time efficiently and effectively. So, for example, I love to play chess. I'm rated about 1,200 to 1,400 in chess. And if I spent a lot more time at it, I would be a lot better at it. However, if I spend all my time playing chess, I'm not going to be very good at coding. So there's trade-offs when you get around my age, which is, I'm almost 30 years old. You have to, in a way, like pick your battles. You can't be good at everything, and I'm not very good at coding. I know enough that I'm dangerous. Not dangerous in the fact of, oh, you're a hacker. No, not even. But I'm dangerous in the fact that I can make images move on a screen without an engine. Which at the end of the day, if you can release a game without an engine and it makes money, like let's say you use Steam like I do for Rogue Tank here, we're talking you make 70% of what that game revenue generates. But if you use an engine like Unreal Engine or Unity and you make X amount of money, you then have to pay back that money to the creator of that engine. If you're able to make like a really cool 3D engine using GLFW and OpenGL and all this, you're going to save yourself at the end of the day more profit. Yes, it's going to be harder though. So for SFML 3.0, it's just a few name changes, but most importantly, the event works differently and different destructors were removed in some of the code like SFText, and spent too long trying to make it work. Yeah, I think I was reading some of the documentation about SFText and font and maybe Sprite. I think they have a way where, let's say, I'm not certain, but I want to say like they have like this available now, right? Some type of constructor like that, and same with Sprite, where you can just construct it via that instead of like give it a name and then something like that. But yeah, back to the plot. We need some type of initialization for this random. I'm gonna avoid the void init function just because basic Sprite also has one. So here we're gonna call random initialization. We're gonna come over and take this code here. And slap it there. Gonna get some red lines, not gonna worry about it. Gonna grab this and that. And we're gonna come here. Throw that up here. Take a look at this. Nope, we don't want any of this data here because that was because it was an instance of data. Now it's no longer. Right, so in this case, okay, this is a convoluted way to go about this, but hear me out. So we're going to make this a struct, and we're going to have this be a class down here. So the struct is just going to be the animal. What defines the animal, its image, yada yada yada. Animals is going to have a vector of animal. Sort of like this. Is that correct? Needed a pointer. Let's see here. Blah, blah, blah. Really don't need this stuff here. This is useful here though. Yep, okay, so that should be relatively fine, like that. I wonder, actually I'm not going to wonder. Wondering gets me into trouble from time to time, so we're just going to go like this, do like a render window, and down here do a animals dot drawable window. So we got a random in it, we got a drawable. This sits here now. That has this. I'm wondering about how this is going to work out here. So I'm just going to kind of comment that out for a moment. And here, I have a feeling I know how to do that part. Oh, see ya. We're going to do animals. And here, do like animals. Or data, yeah. Data.animal. Did I call it animal or animals? Animal, okay. Just new animals. Should be fine. Data.animal. Oh, we didn't make that class public. Make it either of these public. Well, actually, struct start is public, so that's fine. Then needs to be public though. We're going to come back to that part there and here. We're going to try data.animal.drawable window. Hit play, see it error out. Yep. Okay, so here we got. Drop my mic. So here we got a redefinition. Oh. Well, yeah, that would definitely cause a redefinition. And we see no animals. Yep, that actually makes sense. Because we never set the values, the size of these vectors. So here, I'm just gonna say like int size. And that way we can do like Alright, so now we got 10 animals that can spawn. And let's check out how this thing will actually take in now. So we'll say, so data dot animal dot animals. Yep, and this is where we'll have to have I dot basic sprite. And here we will have to have the foreign int. So like if data dot animal dot animals dot size is not equal to 0 for int I, and then we're going to take this guy here, slap it there, grab this, push it there, hit play. That errors out. Why we got? All in one spot. Yep. Test again. Yep, all in one spot again. Now, I guess what we need to test though. Oh. All right. So that clickable thing is still active. Let's see here. Yeah, so this randomization code I picked up through the years. It's uses random. Now I used to use hash include cstlib. This one. CSTDlib. There's a thing where it's like srand like that, and then you can do randomizations like that. However, usually the randomizations are very pseudo-random, like they're not random as much. This is a little better. Let's try to have like some different numbers in here if I can. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do some laundry real quick. So I will be back soon. I'm in, it's not like you need a textbook anymore. Yeah. You're going to be 3D modeling. Here's a textbook. a tree or a barrel or a rock or maybe even a building. I think it's pretty useful for character wise. I guess you could use 3ds Max, but you're better off with something like ZBrush or
Okay, I've seen at a major class, and there was this kid, apparently Hank knows him, I forgot his name. He's in your guys' program. It was supposed to be like a 2 or 3 minute presentation for 5 minutes. He went on and on and on about
God damn. Yeah, it's basically like the difference of with like AutoCAD and 3ds Max.
you have really rigid, yeah, like really rigid boxes on your face. You can morph, manipulate, and picture extremely smooth. I can do SolidWorks, it's hard to for we haven't got, I'm taking advanced
like goofy as hell. But
God dang it.
right. I call them like contraception foods because you're not gonna be getting any chicks pregnant anymore. And
You know what I like for contraception? Walk through the diaper aisle. I'm not kidding you. Walk through the diaper aisle, look at those prices. That'll keep you pulling out quick.
And food and yeah, all that shit. Yeah, definitely not prepared for a kid. That's for sure.
Yeah, same.
Well, too, I'm just like not at a point in my life where I'm willing to like. You're supposed to sacrifice it like shit. Like I'd probably like if I was having a kid, I'd have to quit riding motorcycles and stuff. Like I always told myself like that's the one thing. Like if I had a kid, because it's like you don't want your kid to not have a dad.
I've heard people say all the time, oh, you have a kid, your life ends, and then I've had other people tell me, oh, it doesn't end, it just begins. And
If you like,
I'm good. I'm good on that. Like
yeah.
I'm focused. I don't have time for
Not
screaming, whining, and
yeah.
yelling and fighting.
They say maybe the people think
I don't know. You know, if I decide I want a kid later in life, maybe adopt. There's a lot of kids in those foster homes. I prefer not. That would be. I like my freedom. White Claw jail food did not taste good.
yeah, bread and water.
No, a little better than that, like school chicken nugget lunch basically type thing. But I'll never forget when the guy was booking me in. They got me in and around dinner time. I was hungry as fuck. They bring over a tray of food while they're doing the Miranda race and all that
Oh
shit.
right.
And I'm eating it, and he comes to a question, and he's like, "You got any tattoos?" No. And he goes, because they got to document any tattoos you have in there. And then they go, "Are you on any type of special diet?" He looks down at the food tray that's empty, looks at me and goes, "Obviously not."
God damn.
And I'm like, "Motherfucker."
Yeah, by the prison. Why? Obviously not. You're not starving.
Jesus Christ, but yeah.
Back to programming, bud.
Yeah, I'm streaming on YouTube right now.
Oh shit, alright.
I got like one or two people who are watching it.
You got what?
One or two people who are just kind of watching them. Made a game in the last like 3 hours of sitting
When are
there.
you going to bed, Pete?
Oh,
I'll be getting home late, but I won't be like you'll be like pulling in.
I usually lay down around 11 o'clock,
Okay.
and then I'm on YouTube until about 1.
Oh, okay. I'll be home before then. I know you're not a big vengeance at night guy.
Yeah.
It won't. It'll be like me pulling in for like 2 minutes. Like
Hey,
you won't hear it.
hey,
So.
did you get that email? Shots fired at Top Taggart Field.
Yeah, I signed up for text alerts, so I got texts about it, like when it was happening, and I was like, oh, that's sick.
Yeah, I guess it happened at like 8 something at night, and then again at like. Was it?
There's this kid on campus too that has like a fucking crack cocaine on his car or something wrong with it. I think that's just funny. It was scary.
Yeah.
They said it didn't have nothing to do with it. It was funny.
Well, I hope not. That would be a hell of a first day of school.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. All right. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Alrighty. So, we're coming near the end of the stream. I've been a little busy last couple minutes. Kind of hit play here. Remember what I was doing. Ah, yes, the spawn location. because this is happening once. Oh. I wonder if I can take this and put that out. Definitely not. Okay, so what I was trying to do there is I noticed this code is going to happen one time. We need this to happen multiple times, potentially. Something like that. We'll see. We'll see. We'll like, we'll try like this for a minute. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought that would do. It's probably fine how we have it. We just need to work on the zoning. So let's see here. 4,700, 3,500. Let's try to have like a consistent thing here. So like 50, 250, 750, 1,550, 700, 1,750, like 100, 1,200, 1,350, 1,450, 500, 1,850 is twice. Let's try like 2,000. You know, that's an interesting question. So the programming market has been this way for years. It's not anything new because of COVID or anything special from that, but it is in some ways. So when COVID happened, many companies decided, wow, we're having a influx of money because people were spending money on video games because they're home all day, needed entertainment. Video games are amazing for that. So they made a lot of money and they go, wow, we can hire more people. So they hired a bunch of people. Then their next quarter, after COVID started slowing down, they had less money coming in until they realized, wow, we can't afford to have all these people on, and then started the mass layoffs. This is not anything new, though. In programming, it's similar to a construction worker. You do the job, you finish the contract, you're done. You move on. You go to the next job. Right? So it's nothing special. It's the way it's been. It's in some ways, yes, this is a specialized work field. It's super important, not just for video games, but for, like, take Pirate Software. He hacked, what was that? The government hired him to hack power plants. So, coding in general is a very specialized work of field. But the thing is, it's not guaranteed. It's not the entitled thing, right? Like, you can't be like, well, I know programming, I'm entitled to have a job. Take any of the people you know currently who are programmers who do not have jobs, like myself, and ask them a serious question. What do you have for a portfolio? So for me, I have one portfolio piece. If you take a look here, is this a great thing to show a potential employer of your skills? That's arguable, right? What you've seen here in the stream so far, does that showcase good enough skills to be employed? Probably not. And that's me being brutally honest. It's you take someone like the Cherno. Yeah, he knows a lot. Incredible, right? And he even made his own business now. He used to work for EA. But I think this is something we need to think about. The state of AAA games is not sustainable. You can't pour billions and billions of dollars into graphics. The amount of electricity consumption it takes to make those graphics, the amount of pollution it pours out to do such things. I mean, we look at this and we go, wow, yeah, we're coding. But we really need to take a step back and go, we're coding because we have electricity. We have electricity because we have ways to create it. You block the supply chain, you no longer have this. This is a very specialized field where construction, if we went back to like the Stone Age, you would be more employable as a construction worker quicker than ever as a thinking job, And so it's a very special thing. I'm very thankful to be able to take time and actually do this. And it's an interesting thing with how the job market is, because if you take Crash Bandicoot, the original PlayStation Crash Bandicoot, how much money do you think it cost, right? So let's go here and say, how much money did it cost to make Crash Bandicoot for the PlayStation? So what was the budget? $1.6 million for Crash Bandicoot 1. Now, I'm assuming, and what they say about assuming, they make asses out of you and me, but I'm assuming those graphics for you guys, as in probably 20 years or younger, are horrible. The gameplay, subpar. But it took $1 million to make that. This was back in the 90s. So now we take a look at this, right? Hit play. Hit title test. This is disgusting graphics, right? Like, this is not something you could sell very well. at least. Like, it's just not eye-pleasing, you know, and I'm making it. Am I wasting my time? No. I would argue differently. I'm not wasting my time because, for one, it's teaching me. For two, it's entertaining me. I'm gaining practice. It's useful. Now, this is the thing that is almost a common misconception. Like, take the guy who created Stardew Valley by himself. Beautiful game. Absolutely beautiful. Great gameplay. And he did it by himself. I believe the music too. And it took him years. And nobody knows the struggles he went through day to day. We have anecdotal evidence that he stayed at his parents' house. His girlfriend worked while he didn't. He had to get a second job had to get a job while working on it eventually. And the reality of it is, all his time went into that game. Time is money. That same game, or very similar, could have been made for a lot more money in a shorter amount of time, right? Like Crash Bandicoot there. Anybody in this live stream, you guys could go and make Crash Bandicoot. I believe you could do it. Is it going to take you 6 months? I don't know. Maybe with modern day Unity and Unreal Engine, a little coding experience, maybe 2 years. Have something really polished. But that's the thing, like, I spent a year making Rogue Tank. Rogue Tank went through a lot of different graphical changes. So, like, if we look here at this video, these were some of the original sprites I made. And I guess, look here, like, it's okay. It's pixel art. And this took a lot longer. This is 3D models I rendered. That rendering time took lighting. It took precision. It took not just the first render or the second or the third, but about the fifth or sixth on some of these to really get what I was looking for. Is this a good indie game? For me, yeah. I spent a lot of my time. I spent a lot of effort making Rogue Tank. And it taught me and was really rewarding. So it is. It is a good game. But is it a great game like Stardew Valley? No. Does it have as much replayability as Stardew Valley? No. Does that make that game any less valuable for me, personally? No. In fact, I think I had more value off Rogue Tank because it was more of a teaching experience. Where playing Stardew Valley is more awe-inspiring. And those are, some of the stories of just people who make something one-off and they're like, wow, I made it. This is awesome. That's not the case always. And a lot of times games like mine go under the radar because it's not as flashy, it's not as interesting. They say it's not about forcing people to enjoy your content. It's about finding the audience that likes your content and then pairing you up with them. So like indie games, they're fantastic. And honestly, I wish the state of the market to kind of combine both of your guys together. The state of the market should be pushed more towards indie games because it is more sustainable. If you have a group of 3 to 5 people, each getting paid $30 an hour, because that's low for a programmer's wage, and they spent 300 hours on a game, right? So let's think about this. If you got $30 an hour and you spent 300 hours on this game, so 30, got 300 hours on that game, that's how much you made. and there's 5 people like this, right? But if you're an indie game company, unless your company took out a loan or started with some funds beforehand, this is not the reality. The reality is you might be working for free. The guy who made Stardew Valley, this is how much money he was making. When he got his job, he was probably making this an hour while still trying to make Stardew Valley. This is very likely. It's not sustainable in that sense. However, and this is where the argument is, if you have a big company, and this is how much funds that they have to go and make this game, and then it releases and it's in the state like Cyberpunk 2077 was that a good use of their time? No. It betrayed customers. It set a precedent to release unfinished games that are of AAA quality, which in a way put them below quality, and that's kind of an odd thing to think about, is when you're getting paid to do a job, you have to do the job. But take Pirate Games, or Pirate Software, I mean. He talks about how Blizzard working conditions were absolutely terrible. I don't know how much you get paid per hour or if it's salary. I have no idea. I'm not in the industry. I'm trying to get in the industry. But I do know the amount of money and the amount of time did not add up. Right? So at Blizzard, you might be working 20 hours a day. I don't know about you, but I like to sleep. I like to get up and stretch. I like to eat food. And some of these game companies like Blizzard and EA, from what I've heard from anecdotal evidence, they will do what they can to make sure you stay at their studio. They'll supply food and other things, and because they don't want you to leave. They want to overwork you, because the more they can take advantage of your work, the more money they make overall. You don't get a bonus in pay. And if you're in salary, you never got that pay. Yeah, I do agree with Mr. Quackington on that. And in a sense, I think it's natural, right? Like if you're making a game and you don't have, when you look at it, little cringe moments, right? Like you're like, ooh, then I don't think you were as passionate about it. Because any art you do, you're always going to see flaws and have critiques of things that you know you could have done better. Where someone from an outside perspective who wasn't there for all those hours of work, albeit 10 hours or 1,000, they're going to see it by surface value and go, oh, nice, or oh, that looks kind of cool, or that looks like shit, and walk away. The point is, though, they weren't there for your journey, and the game you made, I'm sure it could have been better, but you did make a game, and that's awesome. Seriously. I've been generally right now making prototypes. So, like here, this I'm basing off of an old video game I remember as a kid, where you'd pick up these little like cows, I believe it was, and you're like some little spaceship thing. And you pick up people and stuff, and you'd fling them and blow stuff up. Am I gonna sell this? Absolutely not. Am I gonna go up and beyond with this? No. This is today's game jam. And yeah, that's correct. Today's. Next weekend we'll do a completely different game jam. completely different idea. Same C++. And maybe eventually I'll try to remake a few of these. So this game here, it was my final exam project for Intro to Coding 155. Called Galactic Smith. Let me take you through a tour around Galactic Smith. So let's go into here. I believe it would be like what, files, save data, player data. I'm just gonna delete that. Yeah, we're just straight up gonna delete that. World clock. I don't even know if I can delete it or not. I mean, it's been so long since I've used this framework here. I'm gonna delete all this information and this stuff and all of that. And dear God, all of that. All right. Yeah. So file save, play. Oh, absolutely not what I wanted to do. Like that. Check those out one more time. Okay, I believe, and bear with me here. Aha, there we are. All right, so this is Galactic Smith. As you can tell, a lot of HPP and CPP files. This is what I did for my final exam for Intro to Coding. So we got like a little character color customizer here. And you know, eventually I would like to redo this. Now, why not just take all this code and you know, continue with it? Because it's not scalable and it's hard as hell to work with. There's so many moving parts and pieces, and this was one of the first codes I've ever wrote. It's well, not ever wrote, but first big code projects I've ever wrote. And so we got our little guy here. We got like an inventory, little area to look for quests, and can even save the game. So say like I walk way up here, I hit enter, I hit save game, close, hit play. It's going to go through this little title sequence. Once this falls through, right, saves the location. So there's like these little ores all over the map you can pick up. If we're going to this guy, he goes, hey, gather 10 stone for me. So it's like these little gray ones right here. I click and throws a ray out of his head. We got 90 stone, more than enough. Come up here, talk to him. Goes, hey, you can build a furnace. Fantastic. So we build a furnace, bam. Talk to the guy. You know, always says, yeah, build a furnace, yada, yada, yada. So I'm going to come all the way down here. I'm going to start picking up different stuff. If we like look in our inventory, make a chest and all that. Hey, smelt 50 steel for me. So come in here, gonna dump in some iron ore, gonna dump in some coal, combine it, gonna grab it. And so, for example, you can see here in the inventory I got 65 steel. And here we got like some coal. And let's say, oh no, your computer crashes. When you push play, I created a autosave feature that saves the game state on close as well. So you still have your items, the chest and furnaces and all that. They keep track of their stuff. So we talk to this guy. He goes, "Hey, you can build a crafting table. Fantastic." So in here, got a crafting table now. Slap it down. In here, it's got different options. And now, if you pull the plug, see that is. I haven't tried that one. I would assume it would not work. That would be the assumption. That's a funny point. Yeah, so you can kind of like, there's a lot of moving pieces here. And if we close out of this, you can see like that's, like, let's go to, I think it's called Atom Tech. There's just some prototyping here, and then if we go to like technology.cpp, there's a lot of different hard-coded things going on. This is for like robots that you can send out that will mine things for you, and yeah, it was a cool project, and I do eventually want to do something with this. The caveat being, I'm not ready to yet. So I did a game jam. This was on itch.io. How did I serialize the data into a text? I mean, we can take a look at that. That's I'll show you. This is something it took me a while to do, and when I showed other students that were sophomores, juniors, and seniors in the program, they were kind of irritated and amazed, I guess, because they've been trying to do that for a while and they haven't figured it out. Difference being, I've been programming even though I haven't been in the college space. So this is how I did it. This is just the prototype functions. So save game. A lot of these take in a reference to the player or a reference to the object that it takes. And there's some stuff going on here, and I want to say it could be a little lengthy to explain, but we'll try it right here. So electron Z data, this is like how many guys are in my vector, so we can resize back to when we saved. And so we're setting that equal to our load data. We resize with that data, and then we start loading locations and deploy them. So for example, inside the save data HPP, right here, we have some area we are saving I data, X, Y data, Z data. So this here is how many people are in the vector. This is their XY location, and this is the inventory that they have. Similarly, for the furnace, a X and Y position, how many is in the vector. This is simply for the amount of coal the furnace holds, the sand, the copper, the glass, the copper bar, the iron, yada yada yada. The actual code is how this is how I did it. I use this. So let's go to a good example here. This is the player save data. So I take a reference to the player and I say, hey, off-stream player data. And I go, hey, player data, you are now going to take in these things here. So if we go right click, go to open folder in File Explorer, Files, Save Data, Player.txt, and look at this, and we compare it, right? So let's kind of get this out of the way. So this code is unorganized. That is the best description. So if we look here, we got like 15 HPP files all doing different crap, and then we got all these CPP files and a lot of referencing and pointers, and this it's unorganized. And why I can't continue with this project is I'm not able to just keep adding to this mess. I need to take a step back and expand in a cleaner, more manageable way. So, believe it or not, when I first made Rogue Tank, this is just how many files Rogue Tank had too. It had a crap ton. It was unfathomable after a while. And so, now, we'll take a quick look here. We got this many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. It's all the files. And I try to, so before, and we can kind of see this in action here. Before, it was like, oh, I want to add crafting to my game. So I do all this code for adding crafting, and then I'm like, wait a minute. I'm picking up all these resources. I want to add robots that can collect all those resources for me. Right, so then we do this, and then I make a chest. Maybe in between this, right? Like maybe I made a chest after I did crafting, because you got to have somewhere to store. And then you realize, well, hell, I kind of wanted the robots to use that too, but when I first wrote it, they didn't. And so it's a difference of not just organizing the code and keeping things concise, but a difference of written approach, like taking the actual time, like right here, to write out different ideas, different things you're going to do that day. And what really woke me up was actually quite recent when I did this game jam here. So we do, as you can tell, I use a lot of the same splash images. And yep, this is that little guy that I've been using. So this was an itch.io game jam. This year is solo developers, or 2024 for solo developers, and the theme was hot and cold. And so what woke me up to what I was doing wrong? Watch what happens. We close the window and reopen the window. Over and over. And if we go back to Galactic Smith here, oh, I got multiple open. Visual Studio hates that. Same thing. Multiple windows opening and closing. And that, along with, so like for this, I don't have a init update loop. Like if we go to main here, main says, hey, we go to title. Title eventually goes, hey, we're going to go into world and check world. So world's over here. So what happens is we got like a world shader moving around, We got, okay, here's surface level. Sets up all the data. And then we go, okay, this is the game during the day. And all this data is here. There's nothing that's like void init, void update. It's just a bunch of stuff, right? Like all the save data. We got a bunch of crap. And right somewhere in here, we finally have like the window, right? Like, so let's see where we can actually, somewhere right in here is the window. Oh, is it way up there? Sure shit, it probably is. Right about, yeah, here's where that window opens. And now you can see all of this is on initialization, all inside this window loop. Not a great way to organize. And this is because I didn't realize that even, believe it or not, with using Unity, I didn't realize why it was important, if that makes any sense. Like, I kind of took it for granted, where now I really try to have an area where I'm working in. So like, for example, this and above, I'm allowed to touch. I can edit this, that's fine. I kind of set a rule for myself. Once I put in init, update, fixed update, and drawable, unless I'm doing a new state, do not touch this part. This is no point. Like, keep this clean. Keep this, relatively stationary. Similarly, something like basic entity. Once I write this in scene manager, once I write those, don't touch it. These are, if you have to edit something here, then your game engine is growing, if that makes sense. So like basic and scene manager, they're my game engine. That void window, that is what's actually running. Like if we go to main.cpp, that's what's running. The other stuff here, this is in a sense self-explanatory, right? Like we're initializing all the data. This is where we're allowed to update. This is going to update only under certain events. This is going to draw to the screen. Over here in game, I'm allowed to edit this stuff. This is stuff where any experience with functions on entities to provide basic AI with like a DFA. I'm going to be honest, I have no idea what a DFA is. With think functions, no, I have no experience on any of that whatsoever. I think it would be useful, right? Like, if you just a state machine, okay. Huh. No, I guess. So there was an internship I did with Fakecrest. Don't know if you guys know what Fakecrest is, so go like this. I did an internship with Fakecrest, and during that time, I spent a little bit of time rewriting Rogue Tank in Unity, believe it or not. And I suppose for like basic AI I was using raycasting to kind of make sure not all the enemies are swarming all the time. There's a difficult thing when, like in Rogue Tank, for example, right now, we wrote in SFML, this right here. You can
you can tell the enemies are all set. And like here, I guess that's kind of an example of differences. So like he will only come close to you if you're in a certain range. That's, you know, kind of like a state machine, so to speak. But all of these enemies, depending on where the player is, that's where their move. Where in what I think you're talking about, it's more independent per enemy. So like let's say you have, let's get paint out here. So let's say you have like a little area you're in, and this little enemy, he's allowed to walk this spot here. And if you walk in that spot, he can then chase you. And he can chase you out of that spot for as long as he sees you. But if you somehow get behind like a tree and he no longer sees you, he will walk back to his path. There's a YouTuber I watched and he did this. And that would be my best my best interpretation. I don't have much experience with this part. I have a very basic AI of AI move towards player forever, which definitely, you know, definitely needs to be improved upon. This scenario is a lot better, where each entity is got a little state machine of, this is like my idle zone, this is my attack phase, maybe attack phase 1, right? And then we might have like attack phase 2 or 3, especially if it's a boss. You know, so this is, yeah, this is good. This is something to do. It's a lot easier to do it like this.
Very much so. But I have implemented some of this into Rogue Tank with this part, right? Like he stops moving and goes into a shooting beam. That's more of this style. This is what I should focus on, though.
I didn't realize it was
DFA though, or you know, there's a lot of different jargon terms that people use for different things. But yeah, I suppose. So it's almost about 6 hours. This is our little game we got for the little 6-hour game jam. We pick up some animals and we toss them. Am I gonna do more with this game? Unlikely. Is it a sad thing? I don't think anybody's missing it. But it was entertaining. It helps reinforce the loops, the initializations, that type of stuff, memory allocations, that type of thing. Mainly, I am practicing for redoing Galactic Smith, but I'm also procrastinating. So this here, this is a little same little setup, same state machine. This is a little prototype I made. Alright, so little prototype. Little kind of like monster thing, kind of like Pokemon. The reason, if we take a look here that I stopped this, is it's an RPG. RPGs are huge in depth. I don't even know if I collided in that tree, to be honest with you. Yeah, didn't put in that in the code. But yeah, for this prototype, I was really focused on the dialogue system because it's very very scalable, and this here uses the same exact framework as what I was just currently doing. So like we have the basic button dialogue, we got an entity area. This one's a little more robust. Then we have the same scene manager guy. Then we have the game manager where the scene is taking place. Up here, I've organized this a little different. So like we have a title screen, init, update, fixed update, and draw. We have a game area. So like this is inside, outside. It's function stuff, all that data. Inside here, we have like all the player stuff going on. It's initialized, check collision updates, late fix, draw, battle updates, that type of thing. Takes in instances of different things we've created and go into the scene, and it has, as simple as we can, some init, areas that we're drawing, different things. And so seeing how this is manageable, right? We got like 4 or 5 files. We can continue to scale this up, but an RPG takes many, many years to create, especially a good one. And even though I like Pokemon a lot, I feel that game is overdone, and it would be better, I suppose, to go towards a Galactic Smith. With that said, I need to rewrite that completely within that framework. Doing this little mini game jam is good practice for taking this stuff here, implementing it into a very quick project. SFML might not be the best thing for game development. It might not be the best thing for me as a creator to use, best tool. Maybe Unity or Unreal Engine or Godot, perhaps, right? But I will say I enjoy it, right? And I think that has a lot of value. And so the more practice I get, especially with these little frameworks that I created, it'll be easier, more useful later in my journey as a game developer. But I will say thank you very much for sitting with me, hanging out, checking out my different projects, asking good questions, being thought-provoking. I'm going to end the stream here. I have class tomorrow. The semester just started back up. I would like to answer that with both. So, I would like to work with a big team, a big company, but I would also, I guess my dream is have a steady 9-to-5 job where I'm not breaking my back, like either working at a
one of the big three car companies doing some design or coding for them, or a AAA game studio, and in my hobby time making indie games, because hey, this is what I like. This is what I like to spend my time with. So both. But yeah, I got class in the morning. Semester just started back up, and I got some good practice in today, and I think maybe next stream, which will probably be on the weekend, Saturday, maybe Sunday. Probably work on Rogue Tank. I don't know if anybody wants to watch that, but I'll be adding some new content to my Steam game. Yeah, I think some of the content that's there is good, but it'll be much better with a few of the plans I have. But yeah, thanks for watching.